Alrighty. Yeah, my name is, just stick out of my way.
Sure.
I'm Jim Gillis. I'm from Evansville, Indiana.
Okay.
And what I've been doing since I got saved in 1980. And in 1982, I started preaching on university campuses. And I've been on 335 universities in 49 states and 6 countries. And most of those universities are repeats. And I've been on most of them here in Missouri. And so I traveled full time until my third child was born, but we actually outgrew that lifestyle before she was born. And we traveled by a 40-foot fifth wheel trailer of 2 bedrooms and a big 1-ton dually crew cab pickup truck.
Mm-hmm.
And so since then I haven't been full time. I settled down and got other sources of income. And so I preached for quite a few churches that the Mayos were raised up in. And so I'm my own person. I am not speaking for anybody else. I'm just speaking for myself. And I've seen some of their videos. I responded to quite a few of their videos, made my own parody videos, and saw the debate that Nathan had a couple months ago with Luke Beats.
Mm-hmm.
And I gave a 5-hour, it's on my YouTube channel, a 5-hour response just to his opening statements. And so, as you can see my signs here.
Yeah, what do they say?
They say, stop shunning and stop acting like a cult. Now, those are 2 of Natalie and Nathan's favorite accusations to level against anybody they don't like, especially churches they don't like.
Mm.
And they claim that I know Nathan and Natalie's families back in Alabama, and I preached for their uncle. And their uncle was nothing like they portray the people that they claim they were raised up with. And so they shun people from this luncheon. Case in point, me. I gave an application to registered online to come here, and they denied it. They had a conference in eastern Kentucky, east of Louisville, a couple years ago, and I knew they wouldn't approve that response either. So I had somebody buy a ticket and everything, and he gave me his ticket, and I went there. And then all I had was this sign that said, "Welcome Church Victims," because Natalie and Nathan's entire premise is that they are victims, church victims. They've been hurt. Their feelings were hurt. They've been mistreated. They are victims. They have the victim mentality of the liberals these days, and they're trying to make hay on their victimhood. So, yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, so in Kentucky, I was out there with my chair, my sign, and I was at the front gate. I didn't go onto the property of where they were hosting it. They had a very nice, beautiful banquet facility where you could rent. It's a private place you rent for weddings, showers, or whatever. And so they had the owner of the property come out in his truck and talk to me, Nathan and Natalie. Well, first, let's go back, let's start. Years ago when they first put their website out, Nathan and Natalie put their website up, I started reading it. I'm somewhat theological and trained and read, and I've debated students since 1982 on universities. Actually, I was doing what Charlie Kirk did before he was ever born. So, but he was smarter than me. He was able to get an organization built up where he had his own local student chapters on the campuses, and they could sponsor him and have him come speak. Because lots of universities, Missouri, for example, in Joplin, they had a no sponsorship only policy where you had to be invited or sponsored by a student organization. At first they had free speech, then they changed it to that, and now Missouri, back 4 or 5 years ago with the BLM and the president of Mizzou getting fired, the whole state of Missouri, every campus is a public forum, like the sidewalk is easement right here in any road, so you don't need sponsorship in Missouri. So that's how Charlie beat the system. He had his own groups on campus, and he did a great job. So when I saw their website, I discerned that I thought it was copied and pasted from some other group website or whatever, and it read like a Calvinist website. And I'm Arminian, non-Calvinist. I don't think that Calvinists are damned necessarily. If you're a Calvinist, you're not saved.
What is your faith denomination, if you
Well, I'm just a born-again Christian. I am Pentecostal.
Okay.
Independent Pentecostal. And
a Trinitarian or a
Trinitarian, yes.
Okay.
I am Trinitarian, correct. Yeah. And so I started reading their website, and I just started interacting with Natalie or Nathan, whoever it was behind the scene, and I said, you guys are Calvinists. And the website was cleverly worded to where you couldn't just come out and find out they were Calvinists. You had to understand the theological background of the words they were using. And I said, you guys are Calvinists. Well, they blocked me. All interaction ceased, and they shunned me. And so no more discourse online. They blocked me off their website, off their Facebook posts and everything, because I was challenging them on their doctrine, because they were not being honest, in my opinion, of what they believed and what they stood for to the people they were interacting with on social media.
What do you hope to achieve today with your, I see you have a bullhorn and some signs and...
Yeah. Well, number one, just to show them, I know they're shunning, and I've mentioned and accused them on Facebook, on my posts and pages, that they're shunning. They practice shunning just like they claim other people shun religious groups. And another famous thing they like to say is, if you don't want everybody to think you're a cult, then stop acting like a cult. Well, that's my sign here, stop acting like a cult. They have this in secret. You can't learn where this location is unless you apply and they approve your application, then they send you the address.
And you had to have someone else apply for you, is that what you said?
Yes. And so, or at least somebody tell me where it was at.
Yeah.
Somebody gave me the address. And so that's like a cult. They're secretive, and they shun, which is another cultic activity. So they're basically doing a lot of the things that they are claiming they're victims of. So that's my point for being here.
Got it. Well, thank you for your time.
Oh, you're welcome. And who are you with?
I'm by myself.
Okay.
I am
freelancer.
Yes, sir. I'm a what do you call it? Like, I'm in marketing, really, but this is a project. I'm interested. Like, I married Bethany 10 years ago, and she used to be in a Oneness Pentecostal church.
Okay.
And then she left, and I just have always wanted to tell her story, and we learned about Berean Holiness, and just was part of this thing, and just interesting to learn about.
You see, one thing they never rag on they rag on every group out there except for the Calvinists. They never mention anything negative about all the Calvinist pastors who've been caught in adultery and infidelity. And Jeff, they're close with Apologia, which is Jeff Durbin's group. Mm-hmm. And he's got a YouTube video out there. Grab a beer and let's talk Bible with a pastor. Mm-hmm. I mean, they're sitting at a bar drinking beer, getting drunk, talking Bible. And so, that's all right. She don't mention that. You bring it up, she just ignores it. And so, if you would think the Calvinists have no problems. There's no adultery, no infidelity, no homos involved, no child molesters, no backsliders. Well, they can't backslide in the Calvinists. But so everything's fine and hunky-dory.
You know what? God won't snatch anybody from his hand, or no one can snatch him from his hand, right?
Correct.
Well, thanks for talking to us.
You're welcome very much.
gonna get hot. Yeah.
That's why I'm in the shade.
Okay, good. I was like, stay hydrated.
Yes. God bless the memory of Charlie Cook. Charlie Kirk invited opposition to talk to him. Charlie Kirk invited all people who disagreed with him to come to the front of the line. Charlie Kirk invited opposition. He invited contrary thoughts. He invited debate. Charlie Kirk was solid in his beliefs and was not scared to be challenged on what he believed. We need more Charlie Kirks in Berean Holiness. Berean Holiness is scared of opposition. They're scared of any intellectual challenge. They're scared to have rebuttal, point, counterpoint, argument, and debate type settings. Berean Holiness needs to be more like Charlie Kirk and invite the people who disagree with him to come to the front of the microphone. That's what honest people do. That's what people who don't practice shunning do. Berean holiness practices shunning. They will block and shun anybody who disagrees with them in an intellectual manner that they cannot refute or don't have an answer for. I am living proof of that. I have debated people since 1980. I've been invited into classrooms by argument and debate type professors. One, Jeff Butler, the late Dr. Jeff Butler, University of Central Florida, who taught argument and debate and is well known in the collegiate level of argument and debate. I had a standing invitation with Dr. Jeff Butler at the University of Central Florida. I popped in there many times at the start of his class, and he would drop his course, his lecture, and give me the floor for the entire class time. Yes, that's how intellectual people do, who aren't scared of being challenged, who aren't insecure. But what else do you expect from somebody who majors on being a victim, a church victim at that? What else would you expect from a person who claims to be a church victim? Right there tells you they are insecure. They are insecure about their beliefs and their stance. Yes, we have too many people claiming to be victims these days. They're making a heyday off of the victimhood in the last 10 or so years, especially. But thank the Lord, it's coming to an end. Thank the Lord, people are waking up that they don't want to be victims, let alone a church victim. If you're going to claim to be a church victim, you might as well claim to be a school victim because you were victimized or had something negative done to you in grade school. You might as well claim to be a high school victim because you had people do things you didn't like to you in high school. You might as well be a collegiate victim and a victim of college because you had people in college do things to you that you didn't like and that harmed you or may give you stress or anxiety or whatever the psychological buzzword is that victims love to hang on to. And you might as well be a work victim because at work you've had people do things to you that you did not like as well. So why just be a church victim? Everybody can be a victim. Everybody's had things done wrong to them. And as I mentioned in Nathan's video of his debate with Luke Beats, Nathan commits the logical fallacy of composition. He blames a majority of people on the behavior of individuals. It is a logical fallacy to blame other people for one person's behavior. You cannot claim that you are a victim of a whole group because one person does you wrong. That is the logical fallacy of composition. And that's basically was Nathan's entire presentation during that debate was a logical fallacy of composition, trying to blame a big group on individuals' behaviors.
Hey, Jim.
Hello, are you Nathan?
I am indeed, and I have never gotten to shake your hand.
Never have met you.
I will take that opportunity.
You watch it, there's a big ditch there.
I appreciate it.
Yeah.
How far did you come out for this?
Not too far.
All right. You need any coffee? Happy to get you some.
Well, I appreciate that, but I don't drink coffee unless I'm driving and I'm trying to stay awake. And,
fair enough.
I appreciate that. A bottle of water would be better.
All right, I'll get you some water.
All righty.
You have a good time.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Good to meet you. Hey, I'm surprised that Nathan had enough guts to come out and talk to me and introduce himself to me. He didn't come out last time in Louisville, Kentucky. That's pretty good. Yes, the logical fallacy known as composition is where you try to blame an entire group for the behavior of certain individuals. The Bible claims that the Father shall not bear the iniquity of the Son, neither shall the Son bear the iniquity of the Father. The soul that sinneth, it shall die. Right there, God establishes the premise against the logical fallacy of composition. He tells us that you cannot punish children for parents' sins. You cannot punish the parents for the children's sins. That every person is accountable for their own behavior, for their own sins. So yes, as I've said to many a preacher, many a church member, I've got enough stories. I could make Nathan and Natalie's stories look lame, child care, as if nothing ever happened. The things I know that's happened in church life. I've been around enough churches and enough people. I've got horror stories that make their skin crawl. But no, am I a victim? No. Stop being a victim. Liberate yourself. Be a victor. Don't waller in the past. Don't waller in the past. Go on. Forget about the past. Live in today. Have old things pass away. Have all things become new. Forgetting those things which are behind. Press towards the mark of the high calling of God in Christ Jesus. Yes, it is well known that in church life, you vote with your feet. You vote with your feet, and your very presence is your vote for being there. If you don't like something, just leave. But of course, if you're going to make charges and claims and accusations, it'd be better to have specific examples and not innuendos and not gratuitous assumptions and assertions of saying you heard this and I heard that and somebody said this happened and somebody believes this and you need to have actual evidence and documentation to present your case. Hopefully people who've heard of Charlie Kirk for the first time in the last 3 weeks have heard some of his debates and videos, especially when he was at Oxford University and debated. Yes, you have to have your evidence and facts lined out before you make an assertion. But no, if you don't want to be called a cult, then you need to stop acting like a cult. Cults shun people. They shun people who don't agree with them from coming to this luncheon. Also, Berean Holiness acts like a cult in the fact that they had a super secret address. They only gave certain individuals who they checked out when they applied online. So yes, the address to this location was super secret. Now, Charlie Kirk never had a super secret location. He put his itinerary out there and the address and the times of where he's going to be. So yes, cults act secret. They don't like opposition. They're scared of anybody besides yes men and yes people who are in agreement with them. They don't like to be challenged. So here comes Nathan again with my water.
Here you are, sir.
Alrighty, you brought me two.
Yeah, well, I thought you might be here for a while.
Somebody asked you a mile, go with them too, right?
I reckon so.
Alrighty, well thank you.
Oh, absolutely.
Yes, sir. And they're good and cold, thank you.
They got you down in like a swamp here.
Yeah, it's a nice, good culvert. I'm sure it drains water real well.
I mean, at least you got some shade.
Right. I was very thankful of that.
Yeah.
Yeah, last time in Louisville, they had some good shade on the road there.
Yeah. Nice. You?
Your name?
I'm Kent. Nice to meet you.
Cass?
Kent.
Kent?
Like Clark Kent. Like
Okay,
Superman,
Kent.
like
I'm Jim. Jim Gillis.
Makes it easier.
Yeah.
So, are you from around these parts?
I'm from Evansville, Indiana originally.
Okay.
Born and raised there.
I'm not from here. Like, I just moved here a couple of years ago. I'm from Orlando, Florida, so I'm like on the other side. Of the
Okay,
country.
good old Central Florida.
Yep.
University of Central Florida there.
Yeah, have you been out there before?
Many times.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, they had a good professor named Dr. Jeff Butler. He
Yeah.
was the argument and debate professor.
I had him as a professor.
I-
I was a communication student, and he was one of my professors.
He was top
Great
notch.
guy. I loved
He
him.
had one of the best programs in the country, as you well know.
He was really good. I'm assuming he retired.
Yeah. If
His
I think he
age?
may have passed, but
Okay,
he's
'cause
at
he
least
was pretty
retired.
old when I was. So just to put in perspective how long he'd been in that school, my mom had him as a student.
Whoa.
Or she was a student of his when he was a teaching and teaching assistant there, and so he was teaching kind of while he was doing his doctorate, and then I had him like 20 or 30 years later as a professor.
Okay.
So he was there a long time.
I had a standing invitation in his class
Yeah.
to come in debate his students.
Okay. I used
And
to love that.
I did that all the time when I went there. I loved it.
Nice.
And I think I've got one of them on my YouTube channel
Okay.
in his classroom.
Yeah, he was a really great guy, and he really encouraged that, like keeping an open mind, having debate among students.
Right.
He wove quite a bit of scripture into his lessons too. Like he had an entire lesson on how humor was in the Bible and the value of humor in that.
Yes.
So
Yeah. And yeah, that's why he liked he actually told his students, he said, Brother Jim's probably debated more than I have in my life because I did it every day for years. And he realized I interject humor
okay.
because that keeps the crowd's attention, the crowd control tactics.
When did you start going out there? I'm wondering if you did it when I was a student.
I started in 1982
Maybe then, because I was out there
and I
We
quit.
gotta head back in, but
Yeah.
Okay. Hey, good meeting you. Thank you for the water.
I was there between 99 and 02.
Okay. I was there my last time, probably right when you were there.
Because I'm thinking, okay, so if I was in my communication core classes, it was 01, 02 would have been when I was doing it, because that was Gen Ed in 99. and
Yeah, this was
2000.
a night class he had that I went
I don't
to.
think I had it. No, or did I have him? No, I had him for day classes.
Day, okay.
Yeah,
Yeah, it was always night because I was preaching during the daytime.
that makes sense.
Yeah, my last time being there was probably 02 or
Yeah.
thereabout.
Okay.
But I'd preach out there by the fountain.
Yeah.
And on the grass
Yeah,
there.
Yeah, I used to go out to that student speech because a lot of the free speech area they have.
Right, that's the
it's
free
kind of
speech.
right to the right of the fountain area.
Right.
Well, if you're looking at the fountain.
Correct.
anyway.
Correct.
And so we would actually go out there a lot because there were a number of preachers come out, and then we would actually just have one-on-one conversations with the people there and
Right.
just start sharing the gospel with them.
That was a smart thing. Take advantage of us drawing the crowd.
Exactly.
And then you work the crowd.
You got it. That's exactly what we did.
So you remember preachers being out there?
Oh yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
yeah, I'm Brother Jim.
Nice to meet you. So,
Yeah, and there was Brother Jed and Sister Cindy
okay.
and Micah Armstrong at that time.
Okay.
And there's some students on campus, Patrick and Elizabeth Johnston,
It's a
Yeah.
big campus.
A big campus, right.
When I was there,
but they were vocal.
45,000 students, and now there's like 70. So
Right.
It's the biggest in the country now.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
It's bigger than Ohio State?
Mhm.
Yeah, it would be, because Ohio State's
Yeah, they
about
have-
60, 65.
They have like just a hair under 70 on campus, and that's not including their extension.
So they must have really bought all that flat land around them.
They developed all out. If you're looking at the campus to the left of that, they really pushed out that way. That's where they built like the new stadium and then all the new housing, and they
Okay,
bought out tons of tracts of land around there.
I'm sure.
So
Yeah, I miss Dr. Jeff
yeah,
Butler.
he's a great guy.
He'd always ask me out for a beer afterwards, and I should have went out with him because some students were going to go, but I
Yeah.
didn't have to order a beer.
Right.
So
Yeah, he was definitely a fun guy to have. He was one of my better professors. I really
Right.
enjoyed him.
I agree. He had a great personality. He was very easy to talk to and entreat.
Yeah, had a lot of good insight too. It was I remember he used to weave, not just for the humor one, but he'd weave like the Proverbs into a number of other lessons he taught.
Okay.
So yeah, so I really
So
had
maybe
a
I
lot of
worked on him over those years.
Yeah, maybe you got to him, hopefully. Well, anyways, nice meeting you.
Yes, sir.
Jim, right?
Jim,
Nice to meet you.
good meeting you. I cannot go on the inside because they've uninvited me. I applied to come in, pay the registration, but they objected to my application. Let me put the phone down to get my water open. So yes, I cannot go inside. I am persona non grata. They don't want me around. Berean holiness is so fragile, they cannot have any voices of opposition or anybody who disagrees with them and can intelligently see through their wording and their facade and counter them. Now, if I did go inside, I would behave myself just as you just saw me or heard me with with Nathan and this other guy, Kent. I would be cordial. I would listen. I would not stand up, rebuke them. I wouldn't interrupt their activity, or else I'd be justly asked and removed to leave. And if not, they'd remove me, and rightly so. You can't behave that way and expect to be in a private setting. As I just explained, I know how to conduct myself in private settings. Number one, I'm preaching churches all my life. I've been to church all my life. And I've been to universities inside the classrooms. And so, university professors don't ask you to come into their classrooms and give you a standing invitation if you're a jerk or obnoxious or impolite. So that's why I'm not going inside. It is far beyond me why anyone would want to start a movement out of disgruntled church members with a victim mentality. For me, I'd rather hit my head against a wall than be consumed with a bunch of victimized, hurt church people who are majoring on their hurts, haven't got past it, haven't gone forward, haven't forgave and forgot and gone on and moved on, like the Bible says, forgetting those things which are behind, we press towards the mark for the prize of the high calling of God in Christ Jesus. So, but this generation majors on being victims. Many people have made big bucks on being a victim and generating victimhood and promoting victimhood and even telling people that they are victims. Even if they weren't thinking they were a victim, they try to convince them that they're victims. You need to become a victor and have victory in your life. There is victory in Jesus Christ. Now, one thing you have to realize that lots of people who are always constantly having you look at other people's faults and trying to justify their behavior and their lifestyle by looking at other people's faults, they are usually the biggest red flags there is. They're hiding something and they're trying to manipulate and control you into becoming a victim to where you need them. You're reliant upon them. And you need them to get over your victimhood, but just like the U.S. government, you never really get over it. You just keep being dependent upon their organization, their input, and so you never really get delivered or get set free from being a victim. But many people here, they think being a victim is all right. They have group sessions on being victims. They're happening every day, all day in this world. People love to excuse their behavior on drugs, on their past, on their mother, their father, their sister, their brother, their aunts, their uncles, their grandfather, grandparents, on their teachers at grade school, high school, college, churches, pastors, you name it. If they need a victim to suit their needs, they'll find one. They'll create a victim if they don't have enough victims in their life already. Or perpetrators, let me say that. Yes, if they need a perpetrator to blame their victim mentality on and all their problems, then they'll make one up. They'll find one somewhere. There's enough excuses out there that people will even make them up. I was never raised being a victim. My parents were not victims. They never claimed to be a victim. I just wasn't raised that way. I knew what problems I had in my life were mainly my responsibility. And it was when I took responsibility for my actions at age 18 and accepted the fact that God was right and I was not him, and I was wrong and God was right, that I gave my life to the Lord and stopped being a person that would have a cause to blame anybody for themselves and their behavior. I totally, not only was I not a victim and did not have that mentality before I got saved, but after I got saved and reading the Bible, you realize that you have to be accountable for yourself and repent of your own behavior and acknowledge your own sin before God and take responsibility for it and then repent of it. That wiped all victim mentality out of my brain. I married a woman who was not brought up in a victim mentality. And we raised our children not to be victims. And our children do not have victim mentalities. We understand right and wrong, good and evil. But we're sure not going to play the victim card. And it would be frustrating to start a movement on victims. Just like that first man that came out here today who interviewed me with his microphone and everything, said his wife was raised oneness, apostolic oneness, and they're interested in telling their story. Well, what kind of story are you going to tell? Well, now, sin is one thing. If the pastor was a child molester or an adulterer or a homosexual, that's one thing. But these little petty idiosyncrasies that you like or don't like about certain people or the way certain groups or churches do things. One thing I learned years ago from some marriage counselor, as a female, had a course on it. Forget her name. This might have even been Dr. Laura. Well, no, I think this might have been Dr. Laura. Yeah, it was Dr. Laura. She said every time you get divorced, you leave somebody, your spouse, who had 7 things you liked and 7 things you did not like. And when you get divorced and remarried, all you're doing is swapping those 7 things you like and don't like. Out of the 14 total, you're just rearranging the 7 things, because the new spouse you get married to will have 7 things you come to like and 7 things you come to not like, which may be totally different than your first spouse who had 7 things you liked and 7 things you didn't like. Well, the same goes for church life. I've basically found within a fellowship, most churches are all the same. There's just things you like and things you don't like. And you have to be mature enough to just put up with the things you don't like and keep them to yourself if they're not sinful. We're talking about non-sinful behavior. There's all kinds of personal preferences. That's where Romans chapter 14 comes into play. Romans chapter 14 is all about personal convictions and personal conscience, personal likes and dislikes that are not sinful, that are not mentioned in the Bible as right or wrong, absolutes. But yes, people need to understand Romans 14. That would solve most of the church problems in America if people would just understand Romans 14, that not everybody has to agree with you on every particular subject. No, not everybody has to agree with you on every subject. So get over it. Everybody is not going to agree with you on every subject. So get over it. People are going to say things you like and some things that you don't like. So get over it. Get over the fact that there's people that are not you. Not everybody has your background, your experiences, your educational level. And so they're not going to see things your way. And I realize, when I was younger, there was more of a temptation to think, well, I can go out there and explain everything just right, and everybody will see it my way, and we'll all get along because they'll all believe just like I do. Well, I hope you realize the foolishness of what I just said. It's not going to happen. Never will happen. Take Charlie Kirk's debates. He didn't change right then and there. The majority, 90% of the people he debated that disagreed with him, he didn't change their mind right there. And some people think if you're doing it just right, people will just get saved right there on the spots. Every day is the day of Pentecost. 3,000 souls get saved from Peter's preaching. And many in the church world think that if you're doing it right and God's with you, you'll have just the same exact result that Peter had on the day of Pentecost. They forget that Peter didn't have that response much more or long after the day of Pentecost. They were ran out of cities, they were beat up, they were imprisoned, they were incarcerated, they were martyred. So that's called Christianity. It's called maturity. We gotta grow up. Drink my water here. Oh, how you doing?
Good, how are you?
Doing great.
What does that mean?
This?
Yes.
Well, they're having a conference here, a luncheon for about 2 hours for disgruntled former church members who are playing the victim card. So,
About what?
being hurt in church.
Oh, being...
Who hasn't been hurt in church? If you've been to church,
Yeah,
if you go long enough.
yeah.
So,
Okay.
and they won't let me inside. So, because I don't agree with what they're doing. So, it's kind of a protest. I don't know if this luncheon is part of the church activities. I don't even know if they go to this church. They may just be renting the church. So don't put any reflection on the church itself, because I don't know anything about the church, the physical building here. Alrighty.
Oh, yeah, I like your hat.
Well, thank you.
I thought you were kind of protesting on the other side.
Well, I'm very conservative politically and socially and religiously.
Awesome.
Yes, sir.
Great. Man, well, good to meet you.
All right. Good meeting you.
Have a great day.
You too. Thank you. They like my hat. There's my hat. My MAGA hat. And I took a picture and put it on Facebook of my signs. I just remembered I've got my phone going on YouTube during that interview, and I didn't get my signs. My one stop shunning and stop acting like a cult. And this one says, welcome church victims. So yes, stop shunning, because they've shunned me, blocked me social media, blocked me from attending their conference, and it would not matter. I mean, I could care less. There's if they wouldn't let me come to their conference, if they wouldn't have made such a big deal about it by claiming that all the groups that they're mad at and don't like and want to draw people from, they're proselytizers like Holiness people. But they always accuse everybody, all the bad churches they don't like, all the churches, all the people, they accuse them of shunning. So that's one of their big buzzwords, shunning. Well, they shunned me, social media, and even from their conferences. So I'm out here pointing out their utter hypocrisy of shunning people they don't agree with or who don't agree with them from their conferences. They're scared of people, unlike Charlie Kirk, who invited everybody who disagreed with them to the front of the line. They don't want anybody who disagrees with them in their conference whatsoever, or their luncheon. And that's one of the characteristics of a cult. And one of Natalie's favorite things to say is, if you don't want people to think you're a cult, then stop acting like a cult. Well, they're acting like a cult in doing the same thing she claims other people are doing, which is called shunning. Another thing they do is they have super secret locations. They think it's super secret. It's really quite juvenile. I mean, in this day and age, you can't hide anything. You can't hide a conference or a luncheon and get by with it. And they're so juvenile, they think they can have a super secret, non-disclosed location where only their little cult followers and their little esoteric group knows the location of. So I'm basically out here trolling them and letting them realize, hey, it's not hard to find out your location where you're having it. So get over that, man. Charlie Kirk advertised where he's going and where and when. He invited people to come. So yes, okay, Freeborn asked me why did I not speak to Nathan when given the chance? Well, I did speak to Nathan. We spoke enough to where he offered me coffee, and I said no, I'd be glad to take some water, and he came and brought me some water. And so I think I initiated the conversation. I even talked to the guy next to him, the guy named Kent, quite a long time. Nathan went inside, and I spoke with Kent for 10, 15 minutes about our experiences at University of Central Florida in Orlando. So, I mean, so I realized that Nathan had a conference, a luncheon to host, and he wouldn't be out here too long. I understand. I've hosted conferences and things before myself. I understand how running a conference or a luncheon, what it entails. I knew he wouldn't grab a chair and sit out here and just chat with me for the whole 2 hours of their luncheon. I talked to him as long as I could. Now, it'd be good if he wants to get together after the luncheon's over and go out and grab a bite to eat. That'd be great. But they're having a luncheon. He'll be full. We could just go somewhere and not eat and have a discussion if he wants to. Yeah. Actually, as you can see, that one couple parked their car right there in front of me, and they came over and told them to move it over away from me. In Louisville, they told their members or attendees not to talk to me. So yes, they're scared of the boogeyman, Jim Gillis. But not about the dangers of the luncheon. Well, number one, I don't know what the luncheon is about. I can only assume it's going to be more of the same of what they've been doing for the years. No, I'm not here to act like a jerk and start rebuking everybody and telling them they're all going to hell. That's just not how I operate. And so, not on a personal level. This is more of a one-on-one, low-key approach, as opposed to a raving, mad, hysterical college campus crowd where I have to command the attention. It's a different setting. I know how to go low-key, and I know how to preach on a college campus. Well, yeah, Freeborn, I could have. I didn't think of it. I'll be out here when it's over. And so, that's a good thought. I didn't ask to get their number, and they didn't ask for my number. Hindsight's always 20/20. But as soon as that Kent said he was from Orlando, I've got some of my fondest memories on that campus. You can ask my wife. We came there. My son was at least born, if not my daughter. And I was walking on campus first time since a year before or whatever. And students recognized me and they started running all over campus in the free speech area. Said, Brother Jim's back, Brother Jim's back, Brother Jim's here. And they actually gathered a crowd for me, and of several hundred people, because they were telling all their friends. And that was before social media. Yeah, I wish we had social media back in my prime when I was on campus full time. It'd been great to be able to use the social media to have all these students alert their classmates like they do when I go on there now. So. But do I have any hope in changing Berean Holiness's mind? No. No, they've already burnt all the bridges, and they've already established themselves as the kings of the victimhood mentality of church victims. And they've built that. That's the mountain they're going to die on. It's one thing you learn after a few years. You start preaching, you think you're going to go out and save the world, but then you realize, just like Jesus, when he died, he had 12 apostles. After 3.5 years of the best ministry on planet Earth in the history of mankind, 12 apostles. Then he had 120 in the upper room after the resurrection. So, and from then it branched out, of course. No, we've seen too many Billy Graham crusades where, unbeknownst to most, they have people agreed beforehand from churches to work with them and to come forward and start the altar call. And lots of the people who come forward to the front are actually church workers, and it's supposed to help break the ice of the sinner to come forward and hopefully pray and get saved. And many people have gotten saved through Billy Graham crusades, but those numbers are, even Billy's admitted, not many of them got saved, and not many of them stay saved. For all you once saved, always saved folks out there. So yeah, the church world likes to sit in their living room on their couch behind their keyboard and claim if you did it this way, you'd get this big result, and everybody would just melt before your feet and be putty in your hands, and they'd all just come and want to get saved. If you're just doing it the right way, if you just say things the right way, if you just sing the right song the right way, if you have the right emphasis. Oh, there's Chick-fil-A. Looks like they're having Chick-fil-A today. And then the people just get saved. It's just a magical formula. You just wave the magic wand correctly, people just get saved. I wish it was that easy to have somebody's will changed. If it was, Jesus wouldn't have had to die on the cross for us. Soteriology, the study of the plan of salvation, will let you realize it takes God working on people's hearts. Unless the Father is drawing them to Jesus, which he said, no man can come unto me except the Father which sent me draws him. If God's not drawing them at that time, and they're not under conviction by the Holy Ghost, who came to bring conviction of sin, righteousness, and judgment to come, You know, you can plant seed, but many people plant seed on fallow ground that's not been broken up and tilled. Yes, you have to break up the fallow ground, the Bible says, before you plant the seed. So it looks like they're having Chick-fil-A, the national Christian restaurant food. Let's see, let's count the cars, including that pickup truck. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. Conservative estimate, I'd say there's like 40 cars here. But see, the sad thing is, what they pushed this luncheon, the springboard that they used to have this luncheon, because they thought they had some momentum going, was when they attacked President Tom Peretic at Export, Pennsylvania, Free Gospel Bible Institute. They attacked him and had some disgruntled people who were there for like 11 years. I mean, they stayed someplace for 11 years, and then when they leave, all of a sudden they get a hold of Nathan and Natalie, and now they have all these supposed horror stories, and when you hear them tell it, you just want to slap them and say, grow up. You want to spank them and just say, grow up, kids. Accept life. And one of the things they complained about was the lack of income. Well, they knew the income level before they went there, before they signed up, before they took employment there. They knew the income level. And so, and they're claiming, oh no, it's so bad. Well, it's your fault. If you didn't want to have that income level, you should have went somewhere and got a different income level. Don't cry about it. Don't cry about your decision and try to blame other people for your bad choice if you call it a bad choice. If you made a bad choice, own it. And so it was over that, attacking a Bible college in Pennsylvania, where they thought they were getting all this big momentum. Oh, I could just probably see them salivating, Natalie and Nathan salivating online, thinking that they had all this support from all these people on social media and virtual reality, virtual friends. So then they announced their luncheon. This luncheon right in the aftermath of attacking the Bible college in Export, Pennsylvania. And they have 40 cars. So that's another reason why I'm here. It's another reason why I'm here, to show how many people are not here. You can manipulate photographs like they did in Louisville and have the photograph zoom in and just have, people in the foreground of the photo and the speaker in the background, and make it look like, the crowd's bigger than it is. ABC, CBS, and NBC does that every day of the year. to make crowds look bigger. So it's just, the deception is off the charts with this bunch. To me, Nathan and Natalie are just two overgrown, spoiled, rotten brat kids who haven't fully matured and emotionally healed from their father divorcing their wife, their mother, and abandoning them and having financial hardship. So they're taking it out on the church that their father went to and blaming the whole church and the movement for their father's behavior. And the church and the movement or fellowship that the father was with did not condone it. Did not condone it at all. And of course, Natalie and Nathan are upset that I know that, and I'm not afraid to say that as well. Another thing that really got Natalie's really upset, and people that knew her in this Bible college, she went to the Bible college in Export, Pennsylvania. She was engaged to be married to a man who went there, and that man ended up, they were engaged, and he ended up realizing that she is not who she claimed to be and did not believe what she claimed to believe. In other words, she was an utter hypocrite, and he dumped her. He was a very smart man. Took lots of courage to do that, and hearing from God to realize, I don't want this woman. Well, ever since then, I think she's been on a holy tear and a vendetta against anything that resembles what she was brought up with. That's just my estimation of being around people for 63 years, especially church folks. Number one, I would not want to be a leader of a bunch of griping, complaining, victimized, hear my sob story of how mistreated I was. I mean, haven't we had enough of that in America in the last 10, 20 years? Of all the victimization and all these victimized people. And mainly the social welfare crowd plays that card to get social welfare from the government. And they've learned how to milk the system and manipulate the system and live off of the system scot-free. And then they complain there's not enough because they realize, hey, it's subsistence. I'm not making enough money to do what I want to do, or smoke enough dope, or drink enough beer that I want to drink. And so they complain they want more. They're never happy. They're always griping, always complaining because they're victims. But really what they are, they're victims of the communist sympathizers in America and the Democrat Party, who wants to keep them victims by giving them little social handouts that perpetuates their victimhood and makes them dependent upon the government. And this, I see the same thing exactly with what Natalie and Nathan are doing. They want everybody here to be dependent upon them and come to them for healing and for togetherness and for understanding. And, might as well sing Kumbaya or do some yoga, mystical mantras, and just do all kinds of things. So yes, people who want you to be dependent upon them, you need to run from. People who teach you how to be independent and stand on your own 2 feet and make your own decisions and choices, those are the people to be around. I learned that before I ever got saved, back in high school. have enough people take advantage of you and try to take advantage of you. So yes, try to find yourself some people who will try to have you become independent, forget your past, stand on your own 2 feet, move on, learn how not to repeat the same mistakes that you're bitter about in the first place, or you claim to be a victim of in the first place, and how to watch for them and not repeat them. That's called maturity. Okay, now I'm scrolling through the questions. Freeborn's one of his earlier questions, their earlier questions. Do you desire a conversation with Nathan directly on biblical matters, or more specifically, reach the misled souls there? Well, both. But I am aware that Nathan, they tell everybody to avoid me, don't talk to me, I'm taboo. I have cooties, I might rub off on them, I might get them confused, but what they're really scared of is like the first pre-Nathan conversation with that guy with the microphone. I just told him why I'm here, the real reason. And so that's what I would do to anybody, any other attendee here. Tell them that I see right through the game they're playing, and they're just creating victims. But yeah, Nathan, I'm free. I'll be glad to talk to Nathan anytime on any subject. Actually, I was having a good conversation with them on social media on Facebook until I started making them look bad, and that's when they blocked me. But really, I think that their website, they copy and pasted some stuff from a Calvinist website, not knowing exactly what they were putting up, hoping that it couldn't be discerned. And so they cut out some of the very telltale signs of Calvinism. But on that debate, Nathan kind of blew it. He kind of rocked his world from both camps, from the Calvinist camp and the non-Calvinist camp, because he claimed in his opening statement that he does believe in eternal, that one can lose their salvation. He said, I believe that you can lose your salvation. Well, there goes the Calvinist camp. But then later on, when he heard him explain how a person in his mind loses their salvation, it was so convoluted and strange and bizarre, you come to the realization that it's really not possible to lose your salvation the way that Nathan explained it, that it's very rare, extremely rare. So to me, he was, I would only say that and explain it the way he explained it if I was trying to play both sides of the fence to appease the Calvinist bunch and appease the non-Calvinist bunch. But surely, he's a West Point grad. Natalie says he's one of the smartest persons she's ever met or knows. If he's that smart, he should realize that fence sitters get hit from both sides. If you straddle that fence, you're going to get hit from both sides. And you usually end up losing both sides of friendship or fellowship. I've watched that so many times in my life. People play that game. I just call them politicians, political church members, or political preachers. politicians. I can't stand a political preacher. And he doesn't have enough guts to stand up for anything and take a stand if he thinks he's going to offend this person or offend that person or this group or that group. And he'll try to weasel his way into the middle and appease both sides. And, people are tired of that mess. Especially the older you live, the more you get tired of that mess. Unless you yourself are a political person yourself and you are a people pleaser. But if, like Paul said, do I seek to please God or man? Men pleasers in the last days. So yes, there's admonitions and warnings about men pleasers. It's a sin, something to be avoided, to be a man pleaser instead of a God pleaser. That doesn't mean if you're a God pleaser, you aren't open to be able to learn something new and possibly change your mind or redirect your thoughts or focus on something. Okay, the comment before, Freeborn says, win him over, Brother Jim. Well, somebody entrenched as much as Nathan, you just can't win him over, in a 5-minute conversation. It's just not going to happen unless God's already been dealing with them in the first place. It takes the Spirit of God to win people over, but you can win them over to me personally. He met me. I didn't bite him. I didn't hit him. Didn't rebuke him. Didn't tell him he's going to hell. I'm just a normal, nice guy. Depends, of course, who you ask. If you ask a homo in a homo rally, they won't think I'm too nice. This is north of Joplin, Missouri. Is Christ Church of Onagwa or Onaga. It's about 5 miles north of Joplin, Missouri, northeast of Joplin, Missouri. No, nobody's come out with a hostile attitude, and I've not had a hostile attitude. Nobody's challenged or whatever. They're here for a luncheon. They paid money to come to a luncheon. It's only for 2 hours, so I'm sure during those 2 hours I didn't expect anybody to be out here boycotting the luncheon that they paid for and talking to me. So I've been out here for an hour and 19 minutes. So I'd say it's probably, I can't see my phone because my YouTube's on. Probably started at 10:15, so it's probably 11:45 maybe. It goes from 11 to 1. It's a beautiful day. I'd say it's about between 65 and 70 degrees here in the shade. Light breeze from the south. So you can see the leaves blowing up the trees towards the north. Another nice, beautiful location. Didn't know if I'd see anybody here that I knew or knew me. I don't know much of the younger crowd under 30 years of age, I'd say, of any churches. I just can't see how it's healthy to perpetuate victimhood. It is not psychologically, emotionally, or spiritually healthy to keep claiming and focusing on your victimhood of how you've been mistreated by people, whether it was in grade school, high school, college, your workplace, or church, or even at Walmart. It's just unbelievable. I mean, if people would be honest and look back, they'd realize most of their mistreatment might have been their fault, or they may have contributed to it. Or they may have kept putting themselves in a position, like a codependent, to keep going back to your abuser so that they keep abusing you. Just like these people that Natalie and Nathan put up from Export, claiming they were there 11 years or so. You ask yourself, oh, why did you stay there? If what you're saying now is true, why in the world would you stay there? So it couldn't have been as bad as they're claiming it was. Tell you the truth, I messaged Brother Predic, I think yesterday or the day before, on his Facebook wall, and I said, since you're not representing the school anymore, that you as an individual should seek out Christian law firms and take them to court and sue them. Sue Natalie and Nathan. There's lawyers that have looked at it and said, yes, there's a real case there. But if you start, you better not bail out on us. You have to finish it and go through the whole thing. Now, the conference 2 years ago in Louisville was like 3 years ago or so, or 2 years ago. Last year, they had a little conference up in Ohio in an Amish community. So even the Amish are not safe from being told that they're victims of the Amish style life. And actually, we just went through COVID, and the medical community is always looking at the Amish community, comparing it to the non-Amish community, especially in the vaccine world, because Amish, on the most part, do not get vaccines. And they're now finally admitting, which we all have known, because I've known Amish for a long time, they're healthier and have less childhood diseases and communicable diseases, and then the vaccinated. And now with Robert Kennedy, we understand why. They're finally telling the truth. So yes, so not even the Amish are spared from being victimized and told they're victims of their parents and upbringing and their church by Natalie and Nathan. Yeah, it was sad though. That's what stirred me up. Of them thinking they were making some hay, making some headway, and gathering and mustering up support off of the backs of Free Gospel Bible Institute. That was dirty pool, if you ask me. Yeah, they needed to have a springboard. They thought this would get them a big attendance at this luncheon. But I do realize they've gone from a Friday night, Saturday morning conference in Louisville to a 2-hour luncheon in Joplin. So I hope that's a good indication that they are dwindling. And they just go on with their own life and build from there and not try to drag other people with them. They just need to make a clean break and just go on their own merry way. For me to try to victimize people, it'd be a constant drag. You'd have to constantly work on people and constantly remind them, just like the Democrats do to the social welfare class, that they're victims, that they've been mistreated. You need reparations. You need Section 8 housing. You need all this stuff. You need something because you're a victim. You're not smart enough. You're not strong enough. You're not independent enough to do things on your own and make it by yourself. You need us for you to depend upon. I mean, the whole victim world, that's how it works in every facet of life, whether it be political, spiritual, church, school. It's all the same game. And I've saw right through it from the very beginning. And for the most part, most of the people I've met in my ministry who claimed, and they say, "Oh, I tried Christianity and it didn't work for me," or "I tried Christianity, I tried church, I did this," and now they claim there's nothing to it and all this stuff. Well, they didn't meet the same Savior I've met. They didn't have the same Holy Ghost I've got. They didn't have their sins washed by the blood of Christ like I had. They didn't get transformed and regenerated like I was. They didn't have the same experience I did. They didn't meet the living Savior. Or if they did, they've used excuses. They've sinned and turned from God, and now they're looking for excuses, which is what Natalie and Nathan affords them. They afford them the excuses to camouflage their hatred of God and their backslidden state. And so that's one reason why I'm against Nathan and Natalie. They afford people who hate God the excuse to virtue signal, to appear righteous and spiritual by blaming others for their spiritual deadness. That's exactly what this is all about. And until people see through it, they're going to keep being a victim. Because God never did you anything wrong. People are going to do you wrong all the time. But God never has done anything wrong. And if you're looking at God, you won't get upset at people, at what they do. Because it's God who you're supposed to be following and serving, and not people. Not a church, not a group, not a denomination, not a code of conduct or a set of rules outside the Bible. But I can see after this event is over, he'll want to go out with whatever friends are here. They may have traveled a long ways, stayed in hotels, and may stay the night tonight. I realize I am not the center of the universe, and I'm not the center of Nathan's world. He doesn't have to cater to me one bit. They've had great weather for this event. Oh, that first guy I talked to, he might have been a Calvinist or once saved, always saved. He mentioned John 10, I think 27, that no man can pluck you out of my Father's hand. No man can take me away from God. The only person no outside source, no third party can make me fall away from God. The only one that can do that is me. The soul that sins, it shall die. The wages of sin is death. The wages of sin is death for everybody. And a lot of Christians think that that verse only refers to unsaved people, but they're already dead in their trespasses and sins. The wages of sin is death for everybody. Sin brings death for the Christian and for the sinner alike. So, sin separates man from God, Isaiah tells us. Sin has always separated man from God. God told Adam in the garden, the day you eat thereof, thou shalt surely die. So yes, sin has always been death has always been the consequence of sin. The penalty of sin is death. So, no man can make me sin. No man can pluck me out of the Father's hand. I can choose to jump out of God's hand, let go of his hand, walk away from his hand, but no man can do it. Sin always separates man from God. Run from anybody who claims and tries to convince you that you can sin and not have death as the consequence. The Bible is emphatic in that response, in that situation. So right there, when that guy said that verse out of John chapter 10, I could have, real quickly countered him, opposed him, tried to talk him out of his once saved, always saved position. But I knew, I'm not here to get into a theological argument on the side of the road, especially with somebody who was waiting for the conference to start, the luncheon to start, and I knew they wouldn't have time to stay for the whole time to go through the Bible. Well, you would think they'd be live streaming their event. You would think it'd be on their Berean Holiness Facebook site and their Berean Holiness website. But what I have found is that they don't live stream. They highly edit what they put out. And that's another little idiosyncrasy that I don't like, or there's some of their behavior. I mean, hey, if you're free and open, live stream it, man. They search other churches' live streams and cut out clips that try to make the preacher sound stupid or ridiculous or heretical or anti-biblical. They do that all the time. They did that on Lloyd Shoecraft's message, and but they don't live stream theirs. They edit. What I've seen, I looked for the live stream from the conference in Louisville, and it wasn't a live stream event. They had their speakers, and they would edit out everything else or whatever, but they don't live stream it. In this day and age, a live stream is the best way to go. I mean, Charlie Kirk wasn't scared to live stream. He knew you want to capture all the action because you never know what's going to happen and you might miss it. But of course, they're probably recording it, obviously, and they'll have the raw, unedited version of their footage, but they will usually in the past have only put up edited versions of their events. So I'm sure they've mentioned they did this in Louisville. They mentioned me to their participants, attendees, not to mention, don't talk to me. Which I'm the type of person, if I was at a conference like this and the conference holders told somebody not to talk to somebody and told me not to talk to somebody, I'd be the first one to go talk to that person to find out why they told me not to talk to this guy. That's just my personality. In other words, it wouldn't work on me. But then again, I've never been a follower. I've never been a follower in my life, even before I got saved. And when I got saved, I learned to follow the Bible and follow the Lord Jesus Christ. But I've just never been a follower of man. It's a beautiful location out here. They got a very nice complex, facility-wise. I think I saw on their website where they have like 3 services on Sunday mornings. There again, I just laugh for them to think they could keep the location of this luncheon secret. Pick up that leaf? Why would I want to pick up the leaf? It'll get ran over and blown away by itself. Oh, now this is what universities would do. You see this guy? He just fired up a weed eater. And yes, universities, when I preach on a campus, all of a sudden they'd have jackhammers come out and bust up perfectly good sidewalks. Perfectly good concrete sidewalks with a jackhammer 20 feet from me, 30 feet from me, within earshot, and drown me out. Yes, that's what they would do. Oh yeah, they'd have backhoes out there. They'd dig up plumbing pipes that weren't leaking and replace them. Oh, yes, this is a college campus experience right here. I'm having flashbacks. What all the universities have, they have leaf blowers out there. They'd have weed eaters out there. Yeah, the leaf blowers just blowing grass without leaves on it. They send out the yard crews on these universities just to my vicinity and just drown me out. And they'd take hours blowing off a little section of grass with no leaves. I mean, just like this yard here, no leaves, no nothing. and they'd be out there with a leaf blower, blowing leaves. Oh yes, the tactics never change. But I do realize it is Saturday. I do realize that, you know, their grass on their side of the road here is kind of tall. It needs to be manicured and cut and trimmed. And I do realize that Saturdays is usually the day to do lawn care work on a church property, because a lot of times the lawn care work is done by volunteers or people in the church who are getting possibly paid for the church or volunteer their services, and their only day to do it is Saturday. I understand. And they do have quite a bit of landscaping and manicuring, and yard here is very well maintained. I understand, but that's just too funny. Brought back lots of memories on university campuses, especially in the fall, trying to blow leaves with a leaf blower. And yeah, they'd have backhoes with the beeping reverse warning and everything. Real loud beeping. Beep, beep. Oh, too funny. Oh, he shut it down. He must be done, and he's going to go to a different location. Here he comes. Oh, there he goes. He's turning around. But I do realize that, you know, they have to maintain it. There's a lawnmower going that way in the background across the parking lot. Not to be too narcissistic to think they're out here just for me. But it was amazing. It's like that young man who went to University of Central Florida and had Dr. Jeff Butler in communications. These guys never forget the campus preachers. He said that they'd go out there whenever the campus preacher was out there, and they'd work the crowd one-on-one and witness to people. Because on a college campus, when we go out there and preach, the whole campus is buzzing about religion and the Bible and the preacher. And it's a perfect opportunity for Christians who are on campus to witness to other people. And a lot of times the sinners are smarter than the Christian. The sinner would use the divide and conquer strategy and technique of trying to get the Christian on campus to either defend what I did or said, or to not defend it and condemn it. And very, very few Christians are trained well enough to know to say, well, what Brother Jim said is on him. You have to go ask him about what he said. Here's what I say, and here, let me show you what the Bible says. So your smart Christians would always do that, and they would thank me for coming to campus and giving them a great opportunity to witness for the Lord in an atmosphere of Bible preaching. Well, there's our little lawnmower guy out there behind the tall grass. There he is. This is perfect campus preaching weather though. Charlie Kirk's TPUSA is going to be coming to Oklahoma University in a few weeks. I'll be out there preaching. They come, and their schedule now is at nighttime inside of an auditorium, inside of a building. And so I'll be out there preaching during that day and having a good time, hopefully. Although last time I was at OU, the president of the university did something I've never seen in my life. His name was David Boren. He was a known homosexual, and he was the president of Oklahoma University. He was I think, former governor and former U.S. senator or something like that. He came out with a bullhorn, stood on a bench, and started blasting me. And I have it here on my YouTube channel. Oh, he's gonna trim the culvert. Well, you know about that. Yep, it needs trimming. He's gonna fire up the weed eater and trim it. Is this just a coincidence that I'm sitting here talking on my YouTube channel and they're now trimming the grass, or is it just part of what they're doing? It does need trimming over there. Oh, the voice of one. Very good. Yes, sir. Eduardo. Yes, the homos always offer us water and a drink. Yes, that's true. The homos offer us water all the time at their little homo gatherings. Yep, they're so nice and loving, polite and kind. Good question. No, I've been watching the roofs. I really have. I've told myself and training myself to watch the rooftops. No trannies up there right now. Yeah, this is exactly what a university would do to me when I was out preaching. They would fire up the weed eaters and the leaf blowers and just drown me out to where nobody could hear me. Oh, more Chick-fil-A. More Chick-fil-A. From a preacher's standpoint, I could not ever see myself getting up in front of a crowd and complaining of how I was mistreated by church people. So, there you go. There goes that leaf. That leaf is now over here. See the leaf? Yep. The leaf is now off the road, so the leaf's off the road. I just couldn't get in front of a crowd and try to manipulate them enough to have them think I've got something for them by me turning them into a victim and me telling them they're perpetual victims. I couldn't do it. I'm just too honest. I'm not that low down. Yep, here again, I'll show you my signs for anybody newcomer. It says, welcome church victims. Yes, this is a meeting for church victims, people who've been hurt in church. And stop shunning, stop acting like a cult. I use the stop shunning. Well, welcome church victims, because that's what they're having here. It's a conference for church victims who were hurt in churches. And Nathan and Allie are so arrogant, they think they have to, they have everybody go to their church, and their churches have no church victims. The churches they fellowship with, which is one that's associated with Apologia, which is Jeff Durbin. Their Calvinist-leaning churches have no problems. They have no child molesters, homosexuals, adulterers, no sinners, no backsliders whatsoever, no problems. All their youth is perfect and have no problems whatsoever, and they're not victims. There's no victims out of the Calvinist churches. If you look at all the churches they mention, they rag on everybody but the Calvinist churches. So they never mention all the adulterers in the Calvinist circles and all the problems that the Calvinists have. I mean, people are people. They have the same people problems in every church group on the face of planet Earth. It's the facts of life. If you think you're going to leave a church and go to a perfect church where there's no problems, you must be 18 years old or younger. And have an idealistic view of the world. So that's why I have welcome church victims. My sign that says stop shunning I have because they've shunned me from their luncheon. I am so hurt. I am a victim. I am a victim of Berean holiness because they have shunned me from their luncheon. And so that's why I told them to stop shunning and then stop acting like a cult. Let's see, Natalie's favorite thing to do is talk about how other groups shun. But she shuns and does the same shunning that she claims is wrong with the other groups. And then another famous quote from her is, if you don't want us to think you're a cult, then stop acting like a cult. Well, they act like a cult too. They're shunning, just like they claim cults do. And also, they're super secretive. They would not disclose the location of this luncheon today unless you pre-registered and they checked you out and approved your registration. Then they'll send you the address. They wouldn't put it on their website. So that's a cultic behavior. If you just want to nitpick and claim everything's cultic behavior, you can find all kinds of behavior that's cultic. But Nathan and Natalie are very good at throwing out names and labels, but they can't take it at all. They can't take what they give out. And that's a sign of immaturity. Mature people and secure people can take what they give out and take opposition and people who don't agree with them and bring them to the front of the line like Charlie Kirk did. So that's why I have my signs here. How does Nathan and Natalie like being called a cult or acting like a cult and shunning? They cannot deny they don't believe in shunning and don't practice shunning, because I'm not on the inside. And again, I'd go in there and keep my mouth shut unless I was asked a question. I wouldn't speak until I was spoken to. So, good thing this is only 2 hours long today. No, I am not anticipating anybody from this luncheon after it's over coming up wanting to go talk or whatever. If it happens, it happens, but I am not expecting it. You learn not to expect such things like that. Here's the facilities from this side. There's a whole lot more on the north side. Pure virtue. I did it every day for 5 hours a day. To tell you the truth, I had 2 more conversations today than I thought I would have. First, by that first guy who's a freelance reporter. But I wonder if he will never produce my interview with him. If he'll never make it public. I cannot see him making it public. I'll be shocked if he does make it public. So yeah, I didn't expect him to come over and talk to me. And they told him to move from his parking spot there to over there, which actually helped me give a better view for the camera. And then Nathan came over, asked if he could get me some coffee, and I said water. So I met him and Kent. I didn't expect even to have those conversations. That was good. So I had more conversation today than I thought I would have. I thought I'd just be out here sitting. But there again, just thinking of why this conference is here, of how they trashed Full Gospel Bible Institute, ran it through the mud, thought they had a big following and momentum off of that, and so he announced the luncheon, and they got 40 cars. And I know personally, in this Joplin area, in the Kansas, Missouri, Arkansas, Oklahoma area, if you're only getting 40 cars of disgruntled victims, you're not doing too good. And how many of these cars are with the communications, the sound crew, the recording crew, because they do have good recording equipment. At least they did on the debate. So, let's say 10 cars are with the production of the luncheon itself. Not a very good turnout for them. They didn't have a very, very good turnout in Louisville either. Yeah, he's weed eating around the corner. He went all the way down the street, so it's legit. It's high around the culvert, around the drain area. I can't hear him too well. I can hear that lawnmower bells equal to the weed eater. Oh yeah, Charlie Kirk's TPUSA is going to be at Indiana University too this month. I want to make a trip to my home state and preach on that campus. Always had good times preaching at IU. The administration would fight us half the time. But on university campuses now, they have radically trained individuals, part of Black Lives Matter and Antifa, who train students on how to disrupt and take over any event that they don't like or is counter to their political stance and view. They'll get around you and scream and have whistles and noisemakers and these folding fans that they'll do real hard, and they make a lot of noise. And I saw in a video from this one guy who went to Tennessee State University in Nashville as part of the historically black college circuit. And these two white guys, I think they're from Turning Point, USA. I believe they are. They went there and started a table, and the crowd came out and they started a riot and started tearing their signs and stealing their signs and destroying their property. And you can see in their video, the police did nothing. It was all allowed to take place. There was no protection provided for the speakers. It's called a heckler's veto. A heckler's veto is illegal in America. A person has a right to speak, and people have a right to hear what the speaker is saying. And so the radical students, violent students, violated the rights of the speakers and those who wanted to listen to what they were saying. And the Barney Fifes. Now, let me tell you something about campus security. Campus security is about equivalent to your mall security. If not even that well trained. A lot of times your mall security are off-duty trained police officers who know about security. Your campus security, I mean, they make Barney Fife look educated. And so, except there are exceptions. Kent State University, they have a real police force on their campus, and they are certified police officers. But most of your campus security are jokes. And Charlie knew that, and it's just sad that the security there at UVU in Utah didn't see that guy on the roof, where that one video shows some student or somebody in the crowd saw somebody on the roof before the shot fired. But so it's going to be interesting to see what happens on the college campus when I preach. Will it turn into a riot? Will the police actually do their job and have safety measures? Because I'm going to go on the days that Charlie Kirk's group's going to be there, so they should have all security working that day that they can muster, and maybe even extras called in. So they shouldn't have any excuse for letting crowds get out of hand. And it is sad, now UVU has the reputation of having the first assassination on their campus of a political figure. There's been lots of universities that have had mass shootings. I think Virginia Tech was one of the first ones, and Virginia Tech in Blacksburg, Virginia was one of the first campuses in the country back in the mid-'80s to try to keep me off campus. I had great meetings on that campus. They have a great place at Virginia Tech to preach at called the Drill Field. Virginia Tech used to be a military academy, and they have a great big old drill field. The drill field is about 2 football fields big. It is huge, and it's surrounded by like an amphitheater in a bowl setting, like a natural football stadium or whatever. And originally it probably served as their football stadium. And it's right in the center of campus, and you preach there. And back in the 80s, the drill field had sidewalks all through it, and that was the main concourse of campus, and everybody would walk through there during their class breaks. And so I had huge crowds, great times back in the 80s. But then all of a sudden they adopted a policy to keep me off by claiming I had to be sponsored or invited by a student organization to speak on campus. And that applied to anybody or everybody. And that's and we sued them, and the courts let it stand that they could keep that policy. The Fourth Circuit ruled in the university's favor. We took it to the Supreme Court, and they wouldn't take it. So it's James Gillis versus Torgerson, I think it is. Or Torgerson may have been some other campus I sued. But, so yes, student organizations, the universities, were getting more and more restrictive to keeping people off campus who are not students, because the only ones really going on campuses are campus preachers and conservatives, until the Black Lives Matter crowd started under Obama, and all the radicals started rioting and protesting on campuses. And like I told that first interviewer, one of the first events that sparked everything, 5 to 10 years ago, was University of Missouri, where the radical blacks actually called the president of the university racist and got him fired. And so the whole state of Missouri adopted a statute where every campus in Missouri is a open public forum, traditional public forum, equal to a street or sidewalk. Like I'm on right now, I'm on an easement to the street, which is public. And so universities are famous. I've been fighting the university administrations over free speech ever since 1982, since I started. And Jed Smock and Max Lynch fought them before that, in the 70s and after. So universities are filled with liberals and God haters and communists who hate free speech. Telling me that a liberal and a Democrat hates free speech is nothing new to me. I've been fighting them my majority of my life. Yeah, I had wild times at Southwest Missouri State in Joplin, and the campus in Springfield. Just wild. They were always been just big party schools. University of Missouri, Kansas City was kind of a wild campus, a little bit calmer than Joplin though. But and of course, Mizzou and Columbia was good. All these campuses were good back in the 80s, but even in the 80s, Joplin and Springfield were bad. Mizzou was good. UMKC was good. Cape Girardeau was good. UMSL was good. University of Missouri St. Louis was good. Preached at Washington University in St. Louis, big private, expensive school for a lot of Jews go there. Campus, I think around Jefferson or Jeffersonville. But the fight on the college campuses has always been for the hearts and souls of the students. And the administrations have, for the most part, on every state university, been opposed to free speech of conservative ideas, especially conservative Christianity. Huh. Maybe that guy's being nice to me. He's not weed eating right here in front of me, where all that tall grass is right there. He weeded all the way down this side of this road. 2 hours and 20 minutes. Can somebody give me the time who's on here? Just type in the time so I kind of know when they're going to be coming out. 2 hours, 20 minutes. I started at like 10, 15, 10, 20. So let's say 12, 20. Should be like 12:40 or 12:30, 12:45. So the luncheon's over at 1, I do believe. So don't want to drink too much water to where I have to use the restroom and have to leave. Always have like Missouri. It's beautiful land up here. It's a beautiful field back here behind me. Pasture land. Fresh air and sunshine. What is this? I'm outside a luncheon hosted by a group called Berean Holiness. And Berean Holiness is a group who tries to convince people that they are church victims. And that since they are church victims, that they need Berean Holiness to help them cope with all their stress, anxiety, and trauma and emotional distress of all their past church hurts from all the people who have hurt them in church. And they are trying to start a group of disgruntled church members. Can you believe it? A lot of pastors I've met and talked to, they're glad when some church members leave. And tell you the truth, that's the group that they've attracted here at Berean Holiness. Every pastor I've talked to has had somebody that they were glad they're gone out of their church. And so they've been trying to draw people. That's why I've got signs. It says, welcome church victims, and stop shunning, stop acting like a cult. Berean Holiness is real big. They've got connections with Apologia Ministries, Jeff Durbin, the Calvinists, beer drinking, cussing, smoking preachers. You can look up Jeff Durbin's, I think it's called Three Pastors and a Beer. They're talking at a bar, drinking beer, getting drunk, talking Bible, and proud of it because they're once saved, always saved, eternally secure, can't lose their salvation, and they are the elect. And they're guaranteed to have a spot in heaven no matter what. So this Nathan and Natalie Mayo, M-A-Y-O, are claiming they were hurt in their childhood, where it mainly stemmed from their father's adultery and then subsequent divorce of their mother, who left them financially strapped as young kids. And so, they're victims of churches, and they want other victims of churches to come together and have a group hug, and they can cry on each other's shoulders and become victims together, and let everybody else in the world know just how big of a victim they are. And so, I've been trying to attend their conferences, and they shun me. They won't allow me in because I am the first one about 5-6 years ago to point out that their website, according to their website, their theology, they were Calvinists. And Natalie and Nathan come from a Arminian Wesleyan background, fellowship of churches and stuff. And so I was the first one to point it out because I've met Calvinists before and know how they talk and what they believe and how they word and phrase certain things and theological points. And they didn't like the fact that I was exposing them for being Calvinists, or at least having Calvinist doctrine on their website. And so they blocked me, shunned me, won't let me in their conferences. So I'm basically just out here trolling them. And I admit what I'm doing. I'm letting them know that they can't keep the location of their conferences secret. They play the juvenile game of not posting their conference places, location and address. So to keep people like me away, they can't handle any opposition to confront them. I was making them look bad on Facebook, and so they can't handle it. They did do one debate, and I gave a 5-hour critique of Nathan's opening statement, and they purport themselves to be highly intelligent. He's Natalie, always bragging on her brother being so intelligent, and I was greatly disappointed in the debate. I was expecting a super duper debater. I mean, Charlie Kirk could have tore him up, and Charlie Kirk's a good debater. So that's what I'm doing out here. That's what this is all about. We're having a 2-hour luncheon from 11 to 1. I think it's about 1 o'clock Central Time. So it should be about over. And we'll see what happens when it's over. I've already had 2 good conversations, more than I thought I would have. I wouldn't be surprised if Nathan and Natalie tell everybody when they leave to exit out that way and go out the drive by the church sign over to that main road over there, and not go out this side entrance right here by me, or that one right there, and try to avoid the signs. If that would be the case, if I was in there and they told me to go out the other way, I'd be one of the first ones to come out this way. I mean, even if I was with them and agreed with them and was one of their victims, I would not be such a follower and a sheep to listen to such garbage. I've always been my own man. Another dynamic when you're out live streaming, preaching or whatever, is your phone overheating if you're in the sunshine and the direct sun's on it. So that's another reason why I'm in the shade, not only for myself, but for my cell phone, so it won't overheat and shut off. So basically, the first interviewer, he was wanting to tell his story. Well, basically just a story of how he changed churches. He just went from this group to that group. So it's basically trying to proselytize people, about like the oneness Pentecostals do, the apostolics, non-Trinitarians. They proselytize on Trinitarians all the time and try to get people to change churches and go to their group. And that's basically all this Berean holiness is. Proselytizing, trying to get other people, but really they're not even trying to get the good people in these churches who are solid. They're going after the weak-minded, the people who are distressed and disgruntled. And they want the riffraff, almost like David's band of vagabonds. But most of his vagabonds were hardened warriors and fighters and criminals and people he could use who were trained in their skills. So again, I counted about 40 cars or so. No, I did not expect them to bring out any Chick-fil-A for me. Yep, that trick of bringing the water out. Yeah, the homos do that to us all the time. Every time the homos will come up, ask us if we want water. I rarely ever take water from a homo unless I saw them get it out of a case of water and know they didn't inject something into the water. Oh, here's a nice rig. Pulling it with a 3/4 ton truck. Woo. Would not want to pull that with a bumper hitch on a 3/4 ton truck. No, thank you. Too big. I spent, let's see, 12 years pulling a trailer or so. Loved it. I'm mechanical, so I didn't have all the hardships that a lot of evangelists had. I was able to do my own maintenance. But I don't miss those days. I'm old enough now where I don't miss it. That is pulling it across the country. Now, having one and pulling it to the lake, yeah, there you go, no problem. Can somebody post the time on the chats? Should be about 2 o'clock or 1 o'clock Central, I would think. Hey, thank you. Yep, I figured it might be around 1 o'clock. So it's supposed to quit around 1. May or may not quit at 1. And I'm sure there'll be people milling around talking. So we should get some action here in a little bit. People coming out. Hey, it's like a Pontiac. Hey, GTO, either a 70 or a 71 GTO. My first car was a 69 GTO. I wish I still had it. I could sell it for a whole lot more than I did after the Carter administration in 1980. Gas lines, gas prices jumped, doubled, tripled. Had to wait in line for blocks just to get gas. There's one person. Is that our first attendee leaving right there? Or is he packing up? You locked it, so he may have been packing something up. Wonder why they missed this little patch of grass here across the street. They might be courteous and going to get it when I leave. From church structure, I'd say that was their original church building. Now it's their office building. And they've added on fellowship hall there. And that's probably over there, their main church building with those arches in the front. And I'd say that's probably their gymnasium right there. Looks like a gymnasium. Of course, an informal luncheon like this with speakers and stuff, probably not concrete on holding to their ending time at 1 o'clock. I think it was just a 2-hour luncheon, not a 3-hour luncheon. I'm going to see if I can check the schedule and if it ends at 1 or later without getting me cut off here on live. Don't know how I can do that. It's not 11 to 1. Okay. So I've got me another hour to go. I guess it was wishful thinking it was going to be over at 1. But it's 2. The name Christ Church, when I first found out that's where they're having it, is that sign shows you right there. I thought this was a Southerite church. There was a man named William Souders from Southern Illinois back in the early mid 1900s who was in a same fellowship of churches that Natalie and Nathan are from, and myself. And there was a campground called oh, I know it like the back of my hand, and it just went blank. Not Shady Springs, that's Bedford, Indiana. Elko, Illinois, Elko Campground. William Souders was a Trinitarian Pentecostal preacher, and he got a new revelation on the Godhead and became what's called Two-ness. So yes, there are oneness people out there, there are two-ness people out there, and there are Trinitarians out there. And William Souders, they're two-ness, they don't believe in paying tithes, they have big musical stringed orchestras for their music. Their music is out of this world, is beautiful. They got great church music, live band, and but they're two-ness, and they call their churches Christ Church, or the Church of Paducah Church, just generic names like that, but a lot of their names were Christ Church. So I don't know, that they may have known that this may have started out as a Southerite church. I don't know. Or they just may have decided to call it Christ Church and named it that from something else. Who knows? But that's what I thought of when I first saw the name Christ Church. The reason why I know about that group, my wife's great uncle was one of the charter members of that organization and followed this William Souders. And my wife's great uncle even had a picture of William Souders in his house, in his living room. And and I preached for a few of those churches across the country. One of them, the pastor's name was Cornelius Mears, and he was from the Midwest and moved out to Chino, California. And they'd let us stay there. My wife and I'd stay there, and I'd preach on campuses out there. All right, flies, get away from me. Cutting grass over here. If they're the manicures of this landscaping, they're doing a good job. Got an old grasshopper, diesel grasshopper. There it comes. Now they're getting that grass. Excitement, excitement. He knocked down most of it over here across the street. There's still some grass that he didn't get. I had to plug my GoPro back in. Oh.
How you doing today?
Hey, I'm doing great. Yourself?
Are you broke down?
Oh, no, sir.
Do you need water?
I got some right here. I appreciate it.
I hope you know God and Jesus loves you, son.
Yes, sir.
Hang in there, buddy.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Nice, man. Now, I do realize yes, I've been approached by a freelance reporter who interviewed me. Wanted to know why I was here. I learned that his wife was raised up UPC Oneness, and he was here to tell his story. So they were two church victims, obviously. And then Nathan came out with another guy named Kent, And Kent was from Orlando, and I mentioned Orlando and University of Central Florida, one of my favorite campuses. And he asked me if I ever been to UCF, and I said sure. And I told him about my standing invitation of Dr. Jeff Butler and his argument and debate class. And he said, I took that class. That's what I majored in. I majored in communications. He said Dr. Butler was one of my favorite teachers my whole life. And so we had a good conversation. And that was good to I haven't met too many people who know Dr. Dr. Jeff Butler outside of Orlando. And it was good to talk about him. And he was on campus from 1998 to 2002. So he was on campus when I was there. And he remembered the campus preachers, and he was saved then, and he and his buddies would go in the crowd and witness to the individuals one-on-one. And so I took my hat and my glasses off, and I said, well, I'm Brother Jim. So it was interesting to see somebody who was on campus when I preached, and he remembered how we'd all preach there by the free speech area, by the fountain. Nathan came out and asked me if I wanted some coffee. And I said, well, no, thank you. I don't drink coffee unless I'm driving and trying to stay awake. But I'll take some water. So he brought me out 2 bottles of water. I've had one. And I got me a nice shade spot. Beautiful day, especially in the shade. Now I do realize that man that was in that truck just now told me about Jesus loves me, God loves me or whatever. I do realize with my signs out here, I look like a victim, a church victim, and a disgruntled. I look like one of the Berean Holiness members. So. It's over at 2. I was hoping it was over at 1, but it's over at 2. So I got probably another 45 minutes or so. Or before it closes. I'm going to try to make it if my bladder holds out till 2 o'clock. So far, so good. That's why I haven't drank the other bottle of water. I kind of want to be here when they leave. They had Chick-fil-A food catered in, so that was good. Yeah, nobody's called the police on me yet, so that's one good thing. I guess they realize that they can't call the police because I'm on the easement. Hello there.
Don't record.
Pardon?
Do not record.
Oh, I'm sorry. Then move ahead.
I have a question.
Okay, but I'm gonna record. All right. Thank you. She must be one of the attendees of the luncheon. She didn't want to be recorded. Sorry, I've already had that trick pulled on me once or twice in my life. Trying to get me to turn off my live feed. Oh, she said, please don't record me. So that's all she said to me was, please don't record me. And I said, well, I have to record. So I want to ask, she said, I want to ask you a question. So yeah, she said, please don't record you. I want to ask you a question. But, sorry, I'm recording. At least she was going to try to ask me a question. So it should be about 1:30 right about now, if I'm not mistaken. Hey, thanks. Yep. One tactic is to get me to stop recording. Now, she seemed like a nice woman. Unassumingly nice and cordial. But if she can get me off camera, she is here at the I Am a Victim conference. And so I'm not going to turn my camera off to give anybody any opportunity to lie about what I do or say. That's just not going to happen. So whatever conversation she wanted to have is not worth me turning my camera off to allow somebody to lie about me. I learned that my first month on the college campuses back in 1982. That would be a serious rookie mistake. And if what she wanted to talk about wasn't important enough to have it recorded, then so be it. I'm just glad they haven't called the landowner of this property that my signs attached to their fence on and told me to take my signs off their fence. there's two people coming out of the door. Yep, car leaving. So maybe it's over, or because this would be the second car. I just can't see anybody in the mentality of sitting around hearing a bunch of people claiming how they're victims. It's just, I would rather hit my head against the concrete. But you gotta be a self-righteous, backslid type person who's get virtue signaling from people claiming how bad everybody else is, so you can excuse yourself. Oh, they're going that way. They might be local. Comes the third car leaving. So it's appearing like the official, everything might be over, and or they had the last speaker, or they're just milling about. It looked like an Oklahoma tag. Well, so far, all three of the cars that have left have come out on my side. Now this guy, he looks like he came out of the office building. He didn't come out of the fellowship hall main entrance everybody else came out of. But now, whether he parked there and goes to church and knows how to go into the office building to the fellowship hall, who knows? I'm sure I'm giving the neighbors something to talk about. What's this guy, well-dressed guy, sitting in there with a MAGA hat on the side of the road with it, recording everything with signs? Oh. What is that, a squirrel chirping at me? Barking? Looks like big leaf poison ivy right there, boss. Nice and dark green, 3 leaves with a wood looking stem. Well, that's a good question. Would people who have been hurt by Berean holiness be allowed to attend their conference and tell their story of how they're a victim of Berean holiness? Yeah, I know some pastors who have stories about the destruction that Berean holiness has caused in their church and the shipwrecked face of some individuals in their church who are now totally gone into all manner of sin and corruption, who were good church members. Pastors have told me across the country about the damage that Natalie and Nathan have done to young folks in their church who are now gone into total, utter sin. Yeah, quite a few stories. I'm talking about sexual sin, perversion, and drugs, alcohol. Young folks, youth, married couples that were doing good until Berean holiness destroyed them. That's another reason why I'm here, because I know of those stories and those people that they've destroyed. It should be about 1:45. Is it 1:45? Oh, it's 2:05. Hey, great. It's over. Officially, anyway. So that means they ought to be coming out pretty soon. They're probably having group hugs, passing out blankets and crayons for their safe spaces. Give you one guess what I'm going to do when I leave here. In Joplin. Yes, we're getting old. That's why I only had one of the 2 bottles of water. But of course, I'm not preaching. Now, if I've been preaching for the last 3 hours, it'd be a different story. But now what I'm going to do, I'm going to go eat. I'm getting hungry. And I know there's good restaurants in Joplin. Yeah, my record of preaching non-stop without a break is 8.5 hours there at University of Alabama, Tuscaloosa. Yeah, when you're preaching, I think you're using up water from your body. Here comes somebody out the door. They must have a long-winded speaker. Oh, a couple people. I'll move over, don't want to block my signs. One truck. Well, that guy stopped and read my signs. Comes another truck leaving. Yep, they're starting to trickle out and leave. Three hours of being a church victim. Can you imagine that? From 11 to 2. Listening to people whine and complain and cry about how they've been mistreated. Blows my mind. But it gives people like Natalie and Nathan an air of superiority and a feel that they're needed because they can have all these people cry on their shoulders that they've basically helped create and convince that they're victims in need of help and consolation and comfort. I wonder if they passed out crayons and blankets and had a safe space. I often wonder if I'd even be doing this if they hadn't treated me the same way that they're complaining about how they think everybody else is treating or been treated and how they've been treated. If we could have had good discussions and debates on Facebook, but they had to conceal the fact that I was exposing them for their Calvinist website material. And really, I don't even know if they were ever if they know enough about it to even be a full Calvinist or not. Probably by now they should. They claim to be Bible scholars and Bereans and studied and well educated, and they talk about everybody else being ignorant and dumb and educated and non-theological. Yeah, so they put themselves in that position, so they ask for it. Yeah, there's some more people coming out. Ooh. I hope that truck makes that corner, man. Ooh, look at that. Look at that. Yeah, good job, man. He's empty of cattle. It's a cattle truck. I'm waiting for somebody to roll their window down and say, "Hey, Brother Jim, how you doing?" I mean, how do you feel coming out of a 3-hour luncheon of people telling stories of how they're bitter and they haven't gotten over being hurt by church people? I mean, do you feel like you have to go home and take a bath, a shower, go home and just what do you do after one of these things? Well, I guess you could have. There is one way you can get pumped up by virtue signaling that you're so much better than everybody else who mistreats everybody.
Hey, Jim, it's nice meeting you.
Hey, good meeting you. Yes, sir.
Hey, be praying for me.
Kent, right?
Yes, I'll be praying for you too.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Yeah, what's his? Well, he's had 3 hours to think about past UCF experiences of preachers out there. They're filing out. Yeah, I need to start my own movement. Victims of Berean Holiness. Yes. Church victims of Berean Holiness. Yeah, I can just imagine you feel all righteous, puffed up, that you're not as bad as all the churches that you just heard about. Oh, like the Pharisee. Lord, I'm not like other men. Oh, well, I got my signs and I stood at the right spot. They're not using the other entrance at all. They're all coming over here to see my signs and see what in the world am I doing? What in the world is this idiot doing? So, yep. Yeah, they're stopping reading the signs for sure. I'm just welcoming the church victims. They want to have a conference and brag about it and tell the whole world how they're all a bunch of church victims. I'm just welcoming the church victims. I've got this hankering to show up for church here tomorrow morning or sometime. I was telling a street preacher yesterday, could you imagine the following I would have if I was starting out preaching now, or if there was social media back in 1982 and all the wild, crazy crowds and events that ever took place? And I had them on video on YouTube or Rumble or Facebook and all the little short mini reels they have and short clips. People would love it. It was pure fun. Try to color your hair. Own it, man. I look like Mick Steeler. No, I'd say I'm probably what's people are still in there are the ones who are hoping I would leave by now. And they wouldn't have to face me. I'm still here though. I think she took a picture of my signs. Good. Forward them everywhere. I think that guy in the truck's reading my signs and taking pictures. Phone battery went dead, so I had to plug in my battery pack charger. Yep, now my GoPro's gonna go dead. Wonder if these cars are the locals to help clean up the auditorium. If they are the locals, then they didn't have too many folks come from out of town or not belonging to this church. Since I've been to a church my whole life, I know what needs to take place after a luncheon like this. You gotta stay behind and clean up the mess. Put the tables up, chairs up, vacuum the floors. Somebody else taking a picture of me and my signs. They like that pole right there for sign picture taking, or to taking a video. I see his hands around his phone, I do believe. Yep, hands down. Now you'll probably start coming. Four hours, 13 minutes out here. Oh, he just wanted to take pictures and video. He's going out the other way. First one to go out the other way after he came all the way up here to that light pole and videotaped me. Interesting. Oh, and he even turned right. So he really didn't want to come past my signs. Oh, it's funny. They went out the other way. Good thing the wind wasn't too strong today. It would have blew my signs up. She was videotaping me. Good. Send it to all your friends. Send it out there. Oh, I love it. I'm ready to go eat. But I want everybody to see my signs because they're all coming up like this person super slow so they can read my signs. I mean, it's intentional. They're trying to read my signs. So, security cameras, access control. So he's probably the camera guy. Who knows? since Nathan came out here, he saw my signs. Hopefully, the Lord will work on his heart. Let him realize he's doing exactly the same things that he's.
May God richly bless you,
Yes, sir.
my brother.
Good meeting you. Thank you. He's doing the same things he's accusing everybody else of doing. At what point do I leave and go eat? That's it. I'm gonna go eat. Let's see here.